finish this. No more procrastinating. Okay. I believe I was at the top. Canoe direction. Divination level. Bard 0 to 0. Components BS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range personal target you. Duration instantaneous. You instantly canoe the direction of north from your current position. The spell is effective in any environment in which north exists, but it may not work in extraplanar settings. Your knowledge of north is correct at the moment of casting, but you can get lost again within moments if you don't find some external reference point to help you keep track of direction. It's a standard action. Legend lore. Divination. Level Bard 4, Knowledge 7, Sorcerer Wizard 6. Components VSMF. Casting time, see text. Range, personal, target you. Duration, see text. Legend lore brings to your mind legends about an important person, place, or thing. Divination. If the person or thing is at hand, so Bard 4 knows him. So Bard can cast legend lore as a divination. If the person or thing is at hand, or if you are in the place in question, the casting time is only 1d4 times 10 minutes. If you have only detailed information on this person, place, or thing, the casting time is 1d10 days. Important person, place, or thing. Person or thing is at hand, or if you are in the place. The casting time is 1d10 days, and the resulting lore is less complete and less specific, though it often provides enough information to help you find the person, place, or thing, thus allowing a better legend lore result next time. If you can know the only rumors, the casting time is 2d6 weeks, and the resulting lore is vague and incomplete, though it often directs you to more detailed information, thus allowing a better legend lore result next time. During the casting, you cannot engage in other than routine activities, eating, sleeping, and so forth. When completed, the divination brings legends, if any, about the person, place, or thing to your mind. These may be legends that are still current, legends that have been forgotten, or even information that has never been generally known. If the person, place, or thing is not of legendary importance, you gain no information. As a rule of thumb, characters who are 11th level and higher are legendary, as are the sorts of creatures they contend with, the major magic items they wield, and the places where they perform their key deeds. Material component: incense worth at least 250 gold pieces. Focus: 4 strips of ivory worth 50 gold pieces each, formed into a rectangle. Lesser. Spell name. Any spell whose name begins with lesser is alphabetized in this chapter according to the second word of the spell name. Thus, the description of a lesser spell appears near the description of the spell on which it is based. Confusion, ease, global vulnerability, planar ally, planar binding, and restoration. Planar ally is probably the next one. Planar binding and restoration probably next. Levitate. Transmutation. Level Sorcerer Wizard 2. Components of VSF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range personal or close. 25 feet plus 5 feet by 2 levels. Target you or one willing creature or one object. Total weight up to 100 pounds per level. Duration 1 minute. Weight up to 100 pounds per level. So gotta be level 2, I guess, to lift a 200-pound self. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. Levitate allows you to move yourself, another creature, or an object up and down as you wish for 1 minute. A creature must be willing to be levitated, and an object must be unattended or possessed by a willing creature. You can mentally direct the recipient to move up or down as much as 20 feet each round. Doing so is a move action. You cannot move the recipient horizontally. The recipient could clamber along the face of a cliff, for example. Okay, wait. Mentally to move up or down as much as 20 feet each round. Push against the ceiling, for example, or push against a ceiling to move laterally, generally at half its baseline speed. Okay, so you can only go up or down. And it has to, if you're moving a person, they have to be able to, like, move themselves along the ceiling. A levitating creature that attacks with a melee or ranged weapon finds itself increasingly unstable. The first attack has a -1 penalty on attack rolls, the second -2, and so on, to a maximum penalty of -5. A full round spent stabilizing allows the creature to begin again at -1. Focus, either a small leather loop or a piece of golden wire bent into a cup shape with a long shank on one end. Piece of golden wire bent into a cup shape with a long shank. Really? How long? Small leather loop or a piece of golden wire. I think it would be a small golden wire loop, or a leather cup. Light, evocation, light, level barred 0, cleric 0, 0, 0, sorcerer 0. Components V, M, D, F. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target object touched. Duration 10 minutes by level B. Saving throw none. Spell resistance none. This spell causes an object to glow like a torch, shedding bright light in a 20-foot radius and dim light for an additional 20 feet. So, bright light within 20 feet and dim light out to 40 feet from the point you touch. The effect is immobile, but it can be cast on a movable object. Light taken into an area of magical darkness does not function. A light spell, one with the light descriptor, counters and dispels a darkness spell, one with the darkness descriptor, of an equal or lower level. So if taken into an area of magical darkness of a higher level, then it doesn't work. Arcane material component. I guess no, if you put it on, like, say, a little lantern, you put magical light in a lantern, and you bring it into a magically dark space, then it doesn't work. But if you recast a light spell in the dark space, then it dispels it. Arcane material component, a firefly or a piece of phosphorescent moss. I want a piece of phosphorescent moss. Lightning bolt. Bard, cleric, druid, sorcerer. Lightning evocation, electricity. Level sorcerer wizard 3. Components VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range 120 feet. Area 120 foot line. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw reflex half. Spell resistance yes. You release a powerful stroke of electrical energy that deals 1d6 points of electricity damage per caster level, maximum at 10d6, to each creature within its area. And the bolt begins at your fingertips. The lightning bolt sets fire to combustibles and damages objects in its path. It can melt metals with a lower melting point. Lead, gold, copper, silver, bronze. So can melt metals with lower melting points such as lead, gold, copper, silver, bronze. Can damage objects in its path and set fire to combustibles. If the damage caused to an interposing barrier shatters or breaks through it, the bolt may continue beyond the barrier if the spell's range permits. Otherwise, it stops at the barrier just as any other spell effect does. Material component: a bit of fur and an amber, crystal, or glass rod. I guess the handle is fur. Make that with a miniature glass one or a miniature stained glass. Limited wish. Universal. Level sorcerer wizard 7. Components VSXP. Casting time 1 standard action. Range C text. Target effect or area C text. Duration C text. Saving throw none. C text. Spell resistance yes. A limited wish lets you create nearly any type of effect. For example, a limited wish can do any of the following things. Duplicate any sorcerer wizard spell of 6th level or lower, provided the spell is not of a school prohibited to you. Duplicate any other spell of the 5th level or lower, provided the spell is not of a school prohibited to you. Duplicate any sorcerer wizard spell of 5th level or lower, even if it's of a prohibited school. Duplicate any other spell of 4th level or lower, even if it's a prohibited school. Undo the harmful effects of many spells, such as Gee's Quest or Insanity. Gee's and Insanity can be limited wished away. Produce any other effect whose power level is in line with the above effects, such as a single creature automatically hitting on its next attack or taking a -7 penalty on its next saving throw. It's a standard action. A duplicated spell allows saving throws and spell resistance as normal, but the save DC is for a 7th level spell. Well, saving spell resistance. The save DC is for 7th level spell. When a limited wish duplicates a spell that has an XP cost, you must pay that cost or 300 XP, whichever is more. It's a spell that has an XP cost. When a limited wish spell duplicates a spell with a material component that costs more than 1,000 gold pieces, you must provide that component. XP costs 300 XP or more. Okay. Live Oak. Transmutation. Level Druid 6. Component VS. Casting time 10 minutes. Range touch. Target tree touched. Duration 1 day per level. Deep. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. This spell turns an oak tree into a protector or guardian. The spell can be cast on only a single tree at a time. While Live Oak is in effect, you can't cast it again on another tree. The tree on which the spell is cast must be within 10 feet of your dwelling place, within a place sacred to you, or within 300 feet of something that you wish to guard or protect. Live Oak must be cast on a healthy, huge oak A triggering phrase of up to one word per caster level is placed on the targeted oak. The live oak spell triggers the tree into animating as a treant. Up to one word per caster level. So 6. So 6 words. So triggering phrase of up to 6 words. If a live oak is dispelled, the tree takes root immediately, wherever it happens to be. If released by you, the tree tries to return to its original location before taking root. Locate creature. Divination. Bard. 4 source for the 4. Components. VSM. Duration 10 minutes per level. This spell functions like locate object, except this spell locates a known or familiar creature. You slowly turn and sense when you are facing in the direction of the creature to be located, provided it is within range. You also can know in which direction the creature is moving, if any. The spell can locate a creature of a specific kind or a specific creature known to you. It cannot find a creature of a certain type. To find a kind of creature, you must have seen such a creature up close from 30 feet at least once. Specific kind or a certain type. Running water blocks the spell. It cannot detect objects. It can be fooled by mislead, non-detection, and polymorph spells. Material component. A bit of fur from a bloodhound. A bit of fur. Bloodhound fur cowl. Locate object. Divination. Bard 2, Cleric 2, Sorcerer 2, Travel 2. Yeah, let's see what the requirements for a detect creature were. Locate creature, Bard 4, Sorcerer 4. Yes, and fur. Okay, so locate object, divination. Bard 2, Cleric 3, Sorcerer 2, Travel 2. Oh, y'all stop making noise. Locate creature, divination, level 4. Bard, Sorcerer Wizard, level 4. Components, BSN. Duration 10 minutes per level. So 10 minutes you can locate the creature. Locate object, divination. Level. Bard 2, Cleric 3, Sorcerer Wizard 2, Travel 2. Components, VS, F, DF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, long, 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. This one has a duration, not a range listed. It's probably the same. 400 feet. Area, circle, centered on you, with a radius of 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. I think locate could have been like locate and then object and creature. Or creature and object. Area, circle, center on you with a radius of 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Duration, 1 minute per level. No. You sense the direction of a well-known or clearly visualized object. You can search for general items, in which case you locate the nearest one of its kind if more than one is within range. Attempting to find a certain item requires a specific and accurate mental image. If the image is not close enough to the actual object, the spell fails. You cannot specify a unique item unless you have observed that particular item firsthand, not through divination. So if you want a paper clip, cast this spell and find all your paper clips. The spell is blocked by even a thin sheet of lead. Creatures cannot be found by this spell. Polymorph. Any object fools it. Arcane Focus. A forked twig. Long Strider. Transmutation. Level Druid 1, Ranger 1, Travel 1. Components. BSM. Casting time. 1 standard action. Range. Personal. Target you. Duration. 1 hour per level. Speed. This spell increases your base land speed by 10 feet. This adjustment counts as an enhancement bonus. It has no effect on other modes of movement, such as burrow, climb, fly, nor swim. So it doesn't make you swim faster, fly, climb faster, nor burrow faster. Just walking faster. Or running. Walking or running faster. Increases your baseline speed by 10 feet. Material component, a pinch of dirt. So if you got like dirt on your shoes, you're good. You can cast this with dirt on your shoes. Lullaby. Enchantment. Compulsion. Mind affecting. Level. Bard 0. Components. VS. Casting time. 1 standard action. Range. Medium. 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area. Living creatures within a 10-foot radius burst. Duration. Your bedroom is that way. You can sit and do your schoolwork. Everybody else go in your room. Or sit here and do your schoolwork. Where's your book? Locate object. Divination. Level Bard 2, Cleric 3, Sorcerer, Wizard 2, Travel 2. Components BS, DF, FDF. Casting time and stage. Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay, so Long Strider, you need some boots. Lullaby. Enchantment. Compulsion. Mind affecting. Level Bard 0. Components VS. Casting time 1. Standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area. Living creatures within a 10-foot radius burst. Duration. Concentration plus 1 round per level. Deep. Saving throw will negate. Spell resistance. Yes. Any creature within the area that fails a will save becomes drowsy and inattentive, taking a -5 penalty on listen and spot checks, and a -2 penalty on will saves against sleep effects while the lullaby is in effect. Lullaby lasts for as long as the caster concentrates, plus up to 1 round per caster level thereafter. So, the bard sneaks up on the enemy camp, and he sings the casting of lullaby. And then 10 feet in front of him, concentration plus 1 round per level. But he can do this right away, so saving throw. Spell resistance, yes. So he sneaks up on an enemy that's kind of already, getting bored of his watch. You don't see the bard sneaking up, and the bard starts singing the lullaby. He fails his will save and becomes drowsy and attentive. He can't listen or spot. Yeah, -2 penalty on will saves against sleep effects. Maybe he's already tired. He's singing the still, maybe he falls asleep. Lullaby lasts for as long as the caster concentrates. So, duration, concentration plus 1 round. So 1 round per caster level. So, right away, you can only do it for 1 round. And then next level, yeah, couple rounds. Mage armor. Conjuration. Creation. Force. Mage armor. Conjuration. Creation. Force. Level. Sorcerer Wizard 1. Components VSF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target creature touch. Duration 1 hour per level. D. Saving throw will negate harmless spell resistance. No. An invisible but tangible field of force surrounds the subject of a mage armor spell, providing a +4 armor bonus to AC. So any wizard can just cast this on themselves at the beginning of battle. Unlike mundane armor, mage armor entails no armor check penalty, arcane spell failure chance, nor speed reduction. Since mage armor is made of force, incorporeal creatures can't bypass it the way they do normal armor. So this even keeps out the ghosts. Focus, a piece of cured leather. You need to cast mage armor as a piece of leather. Can wear a leather glove. Leather shoes. Yeah, soft gloves, leather shoes. Mage hand. Transmutation. He leans down, touches his shoes, and as he stands up, he raises his arms, and he's got mage armor. Mage hand. Transmutation. Level Bard 0, Sorcerer Wizard 0. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Also, the mage also has to speak. Mage armor. So, mage hand, he says. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 non-magical unattended object weighing up to 5 pounds. Mage hand can go and target 1 non-magical unattended object weighing up to 5 pounds. Duration concentration. Saving throw non-spell resistance. No. You point your finger at an object and can lift it and move it at will from a distance as a move action. So you can pick up the key to a door. Can you do this with lockpicks? You can propel the object as far as 15 feet in any direction, though the spell ends if the distance between you and the object ever exceeds the spell's range. And it's 15 feet in any direction. And the range is 25 feet. Mage's Disjunction. Abjuration. Level Magic 9, Sorcerer Wizard 9. Components V. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Area. All magical effects and magic items within a 40-foot radius burst. Duration. Instantaneous. Saving throw will negates object. Spell resistance? No. All magical effects and magic items within the radius of the spell, except for those that you carry or touch, are disjointed or disjoined. Magic items in the radius of the spell, except for those that you carry or touch, are disjoined. That is, spells and spell-like effects are separated into their individual components, ending the effect as a dispel magic spell does. Spell-like effects are separated into individual components, ending the effect as dispel magic, and each permanent magic item must make a successful will save or be turned into a normal item. An item in a creature's possession uses its own will save bonus, or its possessor's will save bonus, whichever is higher. You will also have a 1% chance per caster level of destroying an anti-magic field. If the anti-magic field survives the disjunction, no items within it are destroyed or disjoined. 1% chance destroying an anti-magic field. Even artifacts are subject to disjunction, though there is only a 1% chance per caster level of actually affecting such powerful items. Additionally, if an artifact is destroyed, you must make a DC 25 will save or permanently lose all spellcasting abilities. These abilities cannot be recovered by mortal magic, not even miracle nor wish. Note, destroying artifacts is a dangerous business, and it is 95% likely to attract the attention of some powerful being who has an interest in or connection with the device. Don't destroy artifacts. Mage's Faithful Hound. Conjuration creation. Level Sorcerer Wizard 5. Components VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect Phantom Watchdog. Duration 1 hour per caster level or until discharged, and then 1 round per caster level. See text. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. You conjure up a phantom watchdog that is invisible to everyone but yourself. It then guards the area where it was conjured. Phantom watchdog that only you can see. It then guards the area where it was conjured. It does not move. The hound immediately starts barking loudly if any small or large creature approaches within 30 feet of it. Those within 30 feet of the hound when it is conjured may move about in the area, but if they leave and return, they activate the barking. The hound sees invisible and ethereal creatures. It does not react to figments, but it does react to shadow illusions. If an intruder approaches to within 5 feet of the hound, the dog stops barking and delivers a vicious bite, plus 10 attack bonus, 2d6 plus 3 points of piercing damage, once per round. The dog also gets the bonuses appropriate to an invisible creature. The dog is considered ready to bite intruders, so it delivers its first bite on the intruder's turn. Its bite is the equivalent of a magic weapon for the purpose of damage reduction. The hound cannot be attacked, but it can be dispelled. The spell lasts for 1 hour per caster level, but once the hound begins barking, it lasts only 1 round per caster level. So 1 hour, and then down to 1 round once it starts barking. If you are ever more than 100 feet distant from the hound, the spell ends. Sorcerer Wizard 5. Yeah, Osric would certainly cast a bunch of faithful hounds. Well, I guess you only need 1. Or maybe you could cast them all around the grounds of your tower. Okay, so material component: a tiny silver whistle, a piece of bone, and a thread. Mage's lucubration. It says Mage's lucubration. Transmutation, level Wizard 6. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range personal. Target you. Duration instantaneous. You will instantly recall any one spell of 5th level or lower that you have used during the past 24 hours. The spell must have been actually cast during that period. The recalled spell is stored in your mind as though prepared in the normal fashion. If the recalled spell requires material components, you must provide them. The recovered spell is not usable until the material components are available. Okay. This is 1 standard action casting. Verbal and somatic components. And apparently material components. You recall a spell at 5th level lower that you have used during the past 24 hours. Mage's Magnificent Mansion. Conjuration. Creation. Level Sorcerer Wizard 7. Components VSF. Casting time 1 standard action. I think it would take much more. Range close. 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect. Extra dimensional mansion. Up to 3 10-foot cubes per level. S. Duration 2 hours per level. D. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. You conjure up an extra dimensional dwelling that has a single entrance on the plane from which the spell was cast. The entry point looks like a faint shimmering in the air that is 4 feet wide and 8 feet high. Only those you designate may enter the mansion, and the portal is shut and made invisible behind you when you enter. You may open it again from your own side at will. Once observers have passed beyond the entrance, they are in a magnificent foyer with numerous chambers beyond. The atmosphere is clean, fresh, and warm. You can create any floor plan you desire to the limit of the spell's effect. The place is furnished and contains sufficient foodstuffs to serve a 9-course banquet to 12 people per caster level. Wow, that's a lot of food. A staff of near transparent servants, as many as 2 per caster level, liveried and obedient, wait upon all who enter. The servants function as unseen servant spells, except they are visible and can go anywhere in the mansion. Since the place can be entered only through its special portal, outside conditions do not affect the mansion, nor do conditions inside it pass to the plane beyond. Focus. A miniature portal carved from ivory, a small piece of polished marble, and a tiny silver spoon, each item worth 5 gold pieces. So a miniature portal, a small piece of polished marble, and a tiny silver spoon. You're gonna make that. You get a little piece of like marble, like a little chunk of marble, which I think I have one around here somewhere. And a miniature portal carved from ivory is a little harder to get. Make it out of bone. How miniature? Just use I'll part the one. And a tiny silver spoon. Each item worth 5 gold pieces. And so imagine the marble holds the miniature portal and the tiny spoon. You see, that would make sense. Level 7? It's level 7. So let's say Osric has his tower built, but instead of furnishing it the old-fashioned way, he just casts this inside, so it looks the same. So you don't know that you're not actually in it. And if you were to try to go in the regular tower, you wouldn't even find nothing, because he's in the. If you tried to break into the tower, he's in the magnificent mansion. And, its duration is 2 hours. Can it be made with permanent? Mage's Private Sanctum. Duration level Sorcerer Wizard 5. Components BSN. Casting time 10 minutes. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Area 30 foot cube per level. Duration 24 hours. Saving throw non-spell resistance. No. This spell ensures privacy. Anyone looking into the area from outside sees only a dark, foggy mass. Dark vision cannot penetrate it. No sounds, no matter how loud, can escape the area, so nobody can eavesdrop from outside. Those inside can see out normally. Divination, scrying spells cannot perceive anything within the area, and those within are immune to detect thoughts. The ward prevents speech between those inside and those outside because it blocks sound. But it does not prevent other communication, such as a sending or message spell, nor telepathic communication. Such as that between a wizard and a familiar. Osric and his familiar can talk through. But he would definitely cast Private Sanctum inside part of the tower. So he would build the tower physically and then cast this so that the clerics cannot spy on him. Illumination cannot perceive anything, detect thoughts, or prevents speech. The spell does not prevent creatures or objects from moving into and out of the area. Mage's Private Sanctum can be made permanent with a permanency spell. Yeah, you can build a tower and stick that in the top. Material component: a thin sheet of lead, a piece of opaque glass, a wad of cotton or cloth, and powdered chrysolite. A thin sheet of lead, a piece of opaque glass, a wad of cotton, and powdered chrysolite. You could probably put the powdered crystalline in the cloth, and the glass and the lead can be made together into a sort of dim mirror. Keep this, or you can keep it all in a cotton sack. Mage's Sword. Evocation, 4th level. Sorcerer, Wizard, 7. Components, VSF. Casting time, 1 standard action range. Close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect, 1 sword. Duration, 1 round per level. D. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, yes. This spell brings into being a shimmering sword-like plane of force. This sword strikes at any opponent within its range, as you desire, starting in the round that you cast the spell. The sword attacks its designated target once each round on your turn. Its attack bonus is equal to your cast level plus your intelligence bonus or your charisma bonus for wizards or sorcerers, respectively, with an additional +3 enhancement bonus. As a force effect, it can strike ethereal and incorporeal creatures. It deals 4d6 plus 3 points of force damage with a threat range of 19 through 20 and a critical multiplier of ×2. The sword always strikes from your direction. It does not get a bonus for flanking, nor help a combatant get one. If the sword goes beyond the spell range from you, it goes out of your sight. If it goes out of your sight, or if you are not directing it, the sword returns to you and hovers. So a standard action, close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Duration, 1 round. Lasts a round. It's a standard action and then lasts 1 round. Each round after the first, you can use a standard action to switch the sword to a new target. If you do not, the sword continues to attack the previous round's target. The sword cannot be attacked or harmed by physical attacks. So that's 1 round per level. If you're level 7, it can attack for 7 levels, or 7 rounds per level. A sword cannot be attacked or harmed by physical attacks, but dispel, magic, disintegrate, a sphere of annihilation, or a rod of cancellation affected. The sword's AC is 13, 10 plus a 0 size bonus for medium object plus 3 deflection bonus. If an attacked creature has spell resistance, the resistance is checked the first time Mage's Sword strikes it. If the sword is successfully resisted, the spell is dispelled. If not, the sword has its normal full effect on that creature for the duration of the spell. So, for resistance, when an attack creature has spell resistance, then it makes a resistance check. And then if it resists the sword, the spell is the spell. If not, the sword strikes it. Focus, a miniature platinum sword with a grip and pommel of copper and zinc. It costs 250 gold pieces to construct. That's it. That's it. That's it. Miniature platinum, copper, and zinc sword. Pommel of copper and zinc. That's how you make brass. Melting copper and zinc together makes brass. So would brass work, or does it have to be copper and zinc? Platinum and copper and zinc. Magic aura. Illusion. So the sword hovers. It creates this magical sword, a shimmering sword-like plane of force. So yeah, Osric would definitely cast that at you. Magic aura, illusion, glamour, level, bard 1, magic 1, sorcerer, wizard 1. Components, BSF, casting time, 1 standard action, range, touch. Target 1 touched object weighing up to 5 pounds per level. Duration, 1 day per level D. Saving throw, none, see text. Spell resistance, no. You alter an item's aura so that it registers to detect spells. Detect spells. So if you cast detect, the item's aura seems magical. And spells of similar capabilities, as though it were non-magical. Okay, so he alters an item's aura so it registers to detect spells as though it were non-magical, or a magic item of a kind you specify, or the subject of a spell you specify. If the object being magic aura has identify cast on it or is similarly examined, the examiner recognizes the aura is false. Identify, not detect, but identify. It's false and detects the object's actual qualities if it succeeds on a will save. Otherwise, he believes the aura, and no amount of testing reveals what the true magic is. Object bearing cast on it recognizes the aura is false and detects the actual qualities, but only if he succeeds in a will save. So it's like you lose the will saves, and the DM goes, "Oh, that's totally a scroll of fire," when it's not. If the targeted item's own aura is exceptionally powerful, if it is an artifact, for instance, magic aura doesn't work. Note: a magic weapon, shield, or suit of armor must be a masterwork item, so a sword of average make, for example, looks suspicious if it has a magical aura. Focus: a small square of silk that must be passed over the object that receives the aura. Nice little silk handkerchief. And so you pass it over the masterwork sword, and then it looks like it's got a magic aura. Or if it is magical, as though it were non-magical. Okay, so you can hide that a masterwork sword is magical. Magic circle against chaos. Abjuration level. Cleric 3, Law 3, Paladin 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3. This spell functions like a magic circle against evil, except that it is similar to protection from chaos instead of protection from evil, and it can imprison a non-lawful called creature. Magic circle against evil. Abjuration good. Level Cleric 3, Good 3, Paladin 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3. Components VSMDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range, touch. Area 10-foot radius. Emanation from touched creature. Standard touch. Okay. 10 minutes. Your level saving throw will negate harmless resistance. No. All creatures within the area gain the effects of a protection from evil spell, and no non-good summoned creatures can enter the area either. You must overcome a creature's spell resistance in order to keep it at bay, as in the third function of protection from evil. But the deflection and resistance bonuses and the protection from mental control apply regardless of enemy spell resistance. You can imprison a non-lawful called creature. So if you cast the magic circle on the againsted, No non-good summoned creatures can enter the area. You must overcome a creature's spells in order to keep it at bay. The third function of protection from evil, but the deflection and resistance bonuses and the protection from mental control apply regardless of enemy spell resistance. The spell has an alternate version that you may choose when casting it. A magic circle against evil can be focused inward rather than outward. When focused inward, the spell binds a non-good called creature, such as those called by the lesser planar binding, and greater planar binding spells, for a maximum of 24 hours per caster level, provided that you cast the spell that calls the creature within 1 round of casting the magic circle. The creature cannot cross the circle's boundaries. If a creature too large to fit into the spell's area is the subject of the spell acts as a normal protection from evil spell for that creature only. A magic circle leaves much to be desired as a trap. If the circle of powdered silver laid down in the process of spellcasting is broken, the effect immediately ends. The trapped creature can do nothing that disturbs the circle directly or indirectly, but other creatures can. If the called creature has spell resistance, it can test the trap once a day. If you fail to overcome its spell resistance, the creature breaks free, destroying the circle. A creature capable of any form of dimensional travel, astral projection, blink, dimension door, etherealness, gate, plane shift, shadow walk, teleport, and similar abilities. And the last one we read was gate. Can simply leave the circle through those means. You can prevent creatures' extra-dimensional escape by casting dimensional anchor spell on it, but you must cast the spell before the creature acts. If you are successful, the anchor effect lasts as long as the magic circle does. The creature cannot reach across the magic circle, but its ranged attacks, ranged weapons, spells, magical abilities, and the like can. The creature can attack any target it can reach with its ranged attacks except for the circle itself. You can add a special diagram, a 2-dimensional bounded figure with no gaps along its circumference, augmented with various magical sigils, to make the magic circle more secure. Drawing the diagram by hand takes 10 minutes and requires a DC 20 spellcraft check. You do not know the result of this check. If the check fails, the diagram is ineffective. You can take 10 when drawing the diagram if you are under no particular time pressure to complete the task. This task also takes 10 full minutes. If time is no factor at all and you devote 3 hours and 20 minutes to the task, you can take 20. A successful diagram allows you to cast a dimensional anchor spell on the magic circle during the round before casting any summoning spell. A anchor holds any called creatures in the magic circle for 24 hours per caster level. A creature cannot use its spell resistance against a magic circle prepared with a diagram, and none of its abilities nor attacks can cross the diagram. If the creature tries a charisma check to break free of the trap, see lesser planar binding spell, the DC increases by 5. The creature is immediately released if anything disturbs the diagram, even a straw laid across it. However, the creature itself cannot disturb the diagram either directly nor indirectly, as noted above. The spell is not cumulative with protection from evil and vice versa. It's not. Magic circle against evil. Arcane material component. A little powdered silver with which you trace a 3-foot diameter circle on the floor or ground around the creature to be warded. Magic circle against good. Abjuration, evil, cleric. Level cleric 3, evil 3, sorcerer wizard 3. This spell This spell functions like magic circle against evil, except that it is similar to protection from good instead of protection from evil, and it can imprison a non-evil called creature. Magic circle against law. Abjuration chaos. Level chaos 3, cleric 3, sorcerer wizard 3. I mean, wouldn't be good to have this. Imagine that being in a random room in the tower. You can go in it and you're stuck. Magic circle against law. Abjuration chaotic. Chaos 3, cleric 3, sorcerer wizard 3. The spell functions like magic circle against evil, except that it's similar to protection from law instead of protection from evil, and it can imprison a non-chaotic called creature. Magic Fang. Transmutation. Level Druid 1, Ranger 1. Components VS, DF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target living creature touched. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw will negate. Harmless. Spell resistance, yes, harmless. Magic Fang gives 1 natural weapon of the subject a +1 enhancement bonus on attack and damage rolls. The spell can affect a slam attack, fist, bite, or other natural weapon. One natural weapon of the subject +1 enhancement bonus on attack and damage rolls. The spell does not change an unarmed strike's damage from non-lethal damage to lethal damage. Magic Fang can be made permanent with a permanency spell. 1 minute per level or permanent. Magic Fang Greater. Transmutation. Level Druid 3, Ranger 3. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 living creature. Duration 1 hour per level. This spell functions like Magic Fang, except that the enhancement bonus on attack and damage rolls is +1 per 4 caster levels, maximum +5. Enhancement bonus on attack and damage rolls. So that's just +1. And this is +1 per 4 caster levels. If you're at level 3, though, then it's still just +1. But alternatively, you may imbue all of the creature's natural weapons with a +1 enhancement bonus, regardless of your caster level. Greater Magic Fang can make permanent with a permanency spell. Okay, so you can, it's 1 magic weapon, or it's all the magic weapon, or natural weapons become magical. So all the teeth. Magic Jar. Necromancy. Level Sorcerer Wizard 5. Components VSF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Target 1 creature. Duration 1 hour per level until you return to your body. Magic Jar. Saving throw will negate C-text. Spell resistance, yes. By casting Magic Jar, you place your soul in a gem or large crystal known as the Magic Jar, leaving your body lifeless. Then you can attempt to take control of a nearby body. Forcing its soul into the Magic Jar. You may move back to the jar, thereby returning the trapped soul to its body, and attempt to possess another body. The spell ends when you send your soul back to your own body, leaving the receptacle empty. That seems Level 5, what? To cast the spell, the magic jar must be within spell range, 100 feet, and you must know where it is, though you do not need line of sight or line of effect to it. When you transfer your soul upon casting, your body is, as near as anyone can tell, dead. While in the magic jar, you can sense and attack any life force within 10 feet per caster level and on the same plane of existence. You do not need line of effect from the jar to the creatures. You cannot determine the exact creature types or positions of these creatures. In a group of life forces, you can sense a difference of 4 or more hit dice between one creature and another, and can determine whether a life force is powered by positive or negative energy. Undead creatures are powered by negative energy. Only sentient undead creatures have or are souls. No, mushrooms have souls, man. You could choose to take over either a stronger or a weaker creature, but which particular stronger or weaker creature you attempt to possess is determined randomly. Attempting to possess a body is a full round action. It is blocked by protection from evil or a similar ward. You possess the body and force the creature's soul into the magic jar. Unless the subject succeeds on a will save. Failure to take over the host leaves your life force in the magic jar, and the target automatically succeeds on further saving throws if you attempt to possess its body again. If you are successful, your life force occupies the host's body, and the host's life force is imprisoned in the magic jar. You keep your intelligence, wisdom, charisma, level, class, base, attack bonus, base save bonuses, alignment, and mental abilities. The body retains its strength, dexterity, constitution, hit points, natural abilities, and automatic abilities. A body with extra limbs does not allow you to make more attacks, nor more advantageous two-weapon attacks than normal. You can't choose to activate the body's extraordinary or supernatural abilities. The creature's spells and spell-like abilities do not stay with the body. As a standard action, you can shift freely from a host to the magic jar if within range, sending the trapped soul back to its body. The spell ends when you shift from the jar to your own body. If the host body is slain, you return to the magic jar if within range, and the life force of the host departs. It is dead. If the host body is slain beyond the range of the spell, both you and the host die. Any life force with nowhere to go is treated as slain. If the spell ends while you are in the magic jar, you return to your body or die if your body is out of range or destroyed. If the spell ends, die. If the spell ends while you are in a host, you return to your body or die if it is out of range of your current position. This seems like a very dangerous thing to do. If the spell ends when you're a host, you return to your body or die. And the soul is in the magic jar, returns to its body or dies if it is out of range. Destroying the receptacle ends the spell, and the spell can be dispelled at either the magic jar or at the host's location. Focus a gem or crystal worth at least 100 gold pieces. Magic missile. A gem or crystal. Put the soul in the gem. Magic missile. Evocation. Force. Level Sorcerer Wizard 1. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Targets up to 5 creatures, no 2 of which can be more than 15 feet apart. I have a giant crystal somewhere. Anyway, magic missile. Evocation force. Level sorcerer wizard 1. Components feet. That's casting time 1 standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Targets up to 5 creatures. No 2 of which can be more than 15 feet apart. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw none. Spell resistance, yes. A missile of magical energy darts forth from your fingertip and strikes its target, dealing 1d4 plus 1 points of force damage. Within 100 feet, up to 5 creatures. The missile strikes unerringly even if the target is in melee combat or has less than total cover or total concealment. Specific parts of a creature can't be singled out. Inanimate objects are not damaged by the spell. For every 2 caster levels beyond first, you gain an additional missile. 2 at 3rd level, 3 at 5th, 4 at 7th, and the maximum of 5 missiles at 9th level or higher. If you shoot multiple missiles, you can have them strike a single creature or several creatures. A single missile can strike only 1 creature. You must designate targets before you check for spell resistance or roll damage. Magic Mouth. Illusion Glamour. Level Bard 1, Sorcerer, Wizard 2. Components. VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 creature or object. Duration permanent until discharged. Saving throw will negate object. Spell resistance, yes, object. This spell imbues the chosen object or creature with an enchanted mouth that suddenly appears and speaks its message the next time a specified event occurs. So, say you have a statue in your castle. You cast Magic Mouth on it. Yes. And someone walks by and it says, "Good morning." A month that suddenly appears and speaks its message next time a specified event occurs. The message, which must be 25 or fewer words long, can be in any language known by you and can be delivered over a period of 10 minutes. The mouth cannot utter verbal components, use command words, nor activate magical effects. It does, however, move according to the words articulated. If it were placed upon a statue, the mouth of the statue would move and appear to speak. Of course, Magic Mouth can be placed upon a tree, rock, or any other object or creature. But if you place it on a statue and have it say "good morning" if someone walks by, it'd be pretty funny. It seems like something a wizard would play around with at low level. Magic Jar is like too damn dangerous for a level 5 wizard. Dang. The spell functions when specific conditions are fulfilled according to your command as set in the spell. Commands can be as general or as detailed as desired, although only visual and audible triggers can be used. Triggers react to what appears to be the case. Disguises and illusions can fool them. Normal darkness does not defeat a visual trigger, but magical darkness or invisibility does. Silent movement or magical silence defeats audible triggers. Audible triggers can be keyed to general types of noises or to a specific noise or spoken word. Actions can serve as triggers if they are visible or audible. A Magic Mouth cannot distinguish alignment, level, hit dice, or class except by external garb. The range limit of a trigger is 15 feet per caster level, so a 6th level caster can command Magic Mouth to respond to triggers as far as 90 feet away. Regardless of range, the mouth can respond only to visible or audible triggers and actions in line of sight or within hearing distance. Magic Mouth can be made Permanent with a permanency spell. Material component. Wait. It already said it was permanent unless dispelled. Permanent until discharged, so it's already permanent. Material component: a small bit of honeycomb and jade dust, worth 10 gold pieces. And what do you do with the honeycomb and the jade dust? Magic stone transmutation. Level cleric 1, druid 1, earth 1. Components VS. Yeah. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Targets up to 3 pebbles touched. Duration 30 minutes or until discharged. Saving throw will negate harmless object. Spell resistance, yes, harmless object. You transmute as many as 3 pebbles, which can be no larger than sling bullets, so that they strike with great force when thrown or slung. Strike with great force when thrown or slung. If hurled, they have a range increment of 20 feet. If slung, treat them as sling bullets. Range increment 50 feet. The spell gives them a +1 enhancement bonus on attack and damage rolls. The user of the stones makes a normal ranged attack. Each stone that hits deals 1d6 +1 points of damage, including the spell's enhancement bonus, or 2d6 +2 points against undead. 1 second. So if you're going into battle and you happen to have these pebbles with you, you can turn them into heavy-duty bullets. Each stone that hits deals 1d6 +1 points of damage, including spell's enhancement bonus, which is this spell gives them a +1 enhancement bonus on attack and damage rolls, or 2d6 +2 points against undead. Magic vestment Transmutation Cleric, Strength 4-3. Components VSDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target armor or shield touched. Duration 1 hour per level. Saving throw will negate harmless object. Spell resistance, yes, harmless object. You imbue a suit of armor or shield with an enhancement bonus of +1 per 4 caster levels, maximum 5. Maximum +5 at 20th level. An outfit of regular clothing counts as armor that grants no AC bonus for the purpose of this spell. Imbue a suit of armor or shield with an enhancement bonus of +1. Per 4 caster levels. Magic weapon. Transmutation. Level Cleric 1, Paladin 1, Sorcerer, Wizard 1, or 1. Is a warrior. Magic weapon. Components VSDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target weapon touch. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw will negate harmless object. Spell resistance, yes. Harmless object. Magic weapon gives a weapon a +1 enhancement bonus on attack and damage rolls. An enhancement bonus does not stack in the Masterwork weapons. +1 bonus on attack rolls. Why not? You can't cast this spell on a natural weapon such as unarmed strike, instead see Magic Fang. A monk's unarmed strike is considered a weapon, and thus it can be enhanced by this spell. Magic weapon, greater, transmutation, level, cleric 4, paladin 3, sorcerer, wizard 3. Components VS and DF. Casting time 1 standard action, range close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 weapon or 50 projectiles, all of which must be in contact with each other at the time of casting. Duration 1 hour per level. This is 3 or 4. Saving throw will negate harmless object. Spell resistance, yes, harmless object. So really, like, there's clerics, monks, paladins, and then warriors. It's kind of a continuum there. Duration 1 hour per level. Saving throw will negate save. Yes. This spell functions like magic weapon, except that it gives a weapon an enhancement bonus on attack and damage rolls of +1 per 4 caster levels, maximum +5. Alternatively, you can affect as many as 50 arrows, bolts, or bullets. The projectiles must be of the same kind, and they have to be together in the same quiver or the container. Projectiles, but not thrown weapons, lose their transmutation when used. Treat shuriken as projectiles rather than as thrown weapons for the purpose of this spell. Arcane material component, powdered lime and carbon. And make a bunch of arrows, transmute them to magic weapons, and you use them and then they're not magic anymore. Major creation. Conjuration. Creation. Yeah, those are good. Definitely do this just early on for practice. Major creation. Conjuration. Creation. Level sorcerer wizard 5. Casting time 10 minutes. Range close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Duration, see text. This spell functions like minor creation, except that you can also create an object. Dang it, boy! Volleyball. We don't cut it out! Anyway. Okay, major creation. Conjuration, creation. Level, sorcerer, wizard, 5. Casting time, 10 minutes. Range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Duration, see text. This spell functions like minor creation, except that you can also create an object of mineral nature. Stone, crystal, metal, or the like. The duration of the created item varies with its relative hardness and rarity, as indicated on the following table. Okay, so hardness and rarity examples. Vegetable matter, duration 2 hours per level. Stone, crystal, base metals, 1 hour per level. Precious metals, 20 minutes per level. Gems, 10 minutes per level. Rare metal, 1 round per level. 1 includes adamantine, alchemical silver, and mithril. You can't use major creation to create a cold iron item. Major image, illusion, figment, level, bard 3, sorcerer, wizard 3. Duration, concentration plus 3 rounds. This spell functions like silent image, except that sound, smell, and thermal illusions are included in the spell effect. While concentrating, you can move the image within the range. The image disappears when struck by an opponent unless you cause the illusion to react appropriately. Concentration plus 3 rounds. Make whole, transmutation, level cleric 2. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target, 1 object of up to 10 cubic feet per level. This spell functions like mending, except that make whole completely repairs an object made of any substance, even one with multiple breaks, to be as strong as new. The spell does not restore the magical abilities of a broken magic item made whole, and it cannot mend broken magic rods, staffs, nor wands. And the spell does not repair items that have been warped, burned, disintegrated, ground to powder, melted, nor vaporized. Nor does it affect creatures, including constructs. Make whole. Magic weapon, matter creation. You can make vegetable matter. I wonder if you can make like food. And let's see, casting time 10 minutes, range, duration. You can make vegetable matter for 2 hours. Make you some salad. Mark of Justice. Necromancy. Level, Cleric 5, Paladin 4. Component, VSDF. Casting time, 10 minutes. Range, touch. Target creature touched. Duration, permanency text. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, yes. You draw an indelible mark on the subject and state some behavior on the part of the subject that will activate the mark of justice. Permanent. When activated, the mark curses the subject. Typically, you designate some sort of criminal behavior that activates the mark, but you can pick any act you please. The effect of the mark is identical with the effect of Bestow Curse. Necromancy, Cleric 3, Sorcerer's 4, BS. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, touch. Target creature touched. Duration, permanent. Saving throw will negate spell resistance, yes. You place a curse on the subject. Choose one of the following 3 effects. -6 decrease to an ability score, minimum 1. -4 penalty on attack rolls, saves, ability checks, and skill checks. Each turn, the target has a 50% chance to act normally, otherwise it takes no action. You may also invent your own curse, but it should be no more powerful than those described above. The curse bestowed by this spell cannot be dispelled, but it can be removed with a break enchantment, limited wish, miracle, remove curse, or wish spell. Bestow curse counters remove curse. Subject. Typically, you designate some sort of criminal behavior that activates the mark, but you can pick any act you please. The effect of the mark is identical with the effect of Bestow Curse. Since the spell takes 10 minutes to cast and involves writing on the target, you can cast it only on a creature that is willing or restrained. Like the effect of Bestow Curse, a mark of justice cannot be dispelled, but it can be removed. With a break enchantment, limited wish, miracle, remove curse, or wish spell. Remove curse works only if its caster level is equal to or higher than your mark of justice. Caster level, Cleric 5, Paladin 4. These restrictions apply regardless of whether the mark has activated. I'm sure we could think of a bunch of silly ways we could use that improperly. Current. Remove blindness, deafness, remove fear, arguing clerical. Okay. Remove curse. Remove disease. Remove paralysis. All right. Anyway, remove curse. Abjuration. Level Bard 3, Cleric 3, Paladin 3, Sorcerer Wizard 4. Components BS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch, target creature or item touch. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw will negates harmless. Spell resistance, yes. Remove curse. Instantaneously removes all curses on an object or a creature. Remove curse does not remove the curse from a cursed shield, weapon, or suit of armor. Although the spell typically enables the creature afflicted with any such cursed item to remove and get rid of it. Certain special curses may not be countered by this spell or may be countered only by a caster of a certain level or higher. Remove curse counters and dispels bestow curse. And these restrictions apply whether or not mark. So you can have someone cursed for doing something, like blowing their nose or something silly. No, go lay down. Mass. Spell name. Any spell whose name begins with mass is alphabetized in this chapter according to the second word of the spell name. Thus, the description of a mass spell appears near the description of the spell on which it is based. Would you be quiet? Spell chains that have mass spells in them. Spell chains that have mass spells in them include those based on the yeah. Okay. Mass spell name. Any spell whose name begins with mass is alphabetized in this chapter according to the second word of the spell name. Thus, the description of a mass spell appears near the description of the spell on which it is based. Spell chains that have mass spells in them include those based on the spells Bear's Endurance, Bull's Strength, Cat's Grace, Charm Monster, Cure Critical Wounds, Cure Light Wounds, Cure Moderate Wounds, Cure Serious Wounds, Eagle's Splendor, Enlarge Person, Fox's Cunning, Heal, Hold Monster, Hold Person, Inflict Critical Wounds, Inflict Light Wounds, Inflict Moderate Wounds, Inflict Serious Wounds, Invisibility, Owl's Wisdom, Reduce Person, and Suggestion. So, Bear's Endurance and Bull's Strength and Cat's Grace. Bear's Endurance. Chill Metal. Bear's Endurance. Cleric, Druid, Ranger, Sorcerer, Wizard. 2. Components VS, DF. Standard Touch. Creature touch. Duration 1 minute per level saving throw. Will negate harmless. Spell resistance, yes. The affected creature gains greater vitality and stamina. The spell grants the subject a +4 enhancement. The spell grants the subject a +4 enhancement bonus to Constitution, which adds the usual benefits to hit points. The Constitution. Fortitude saves, Constitution checks, and so forth. Hit points gained by a temporary increase in Constitution score are not temporary hit points. They go away when the subject's Constitution drops back to normal. They are not lost first as temporary hit points are. Maze, Conjuration, Teleportation, Level Sorcerer Wizard 8, VS, Casting time 1 standard action range, close. 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 creature, see text. No. Spell resistance, yes. You banish the subject into an extra-dimensional labyrinth of force planes. Each round on its turn, it may attempt a DC 20 intelligence check to escape the labyrinth as a full round action. If the subject doesn't escape, the maze disappears after 10 minutes, forcing the subject to leave. On escaping or leaving the maze, the subject reappears where it had been when the maze spell was cast. If this location is filled with a solid object, the subject appears in the nearest open space. Spells and abilities that move a creature within a plane, such as teleport and dimension door, do not help a creature escape a maze spell, although a plane shift spell allows it to exit to whatever plane is designated in that spell. Minotaurs are not affected by this spell. So if you summon somebody somewhere and then cast maze on them, if you summon them inside of a real maze and then cast a maze on them, and they're trapped in an extra dimensional one. Meld into stone. Transmutation. Earth. Level Cleric 3, Druid 3. Components VS. DF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range personal. Target you. Duration 10 minutes per level. Meld into stone enables you to meld your body and possessions into a single block of stone. The stone must be large enough to accommodate your body in all 3 dimensions. When the casting is complete, you and not more than 100 pounds of non-living gear merge with the stone. If either condition is violated, the spell fails and is wasted. While in the stone, you remain in contact, however tenuous, with the face of the stone, through which you melded. You remain aware of the passage of time and can cast spells on yourself while hiding in the stone. Nothing that goes on outside the stone can be seen, but you can still... Nothing that goes on outside the stone can be seen, but you can still hear what happens around you. Minor physical damage to the stone does not harm you, but its partial destruction, to the extent that you no longer fit within it, expels you and deals you 5d6 points of damage. The stone's complete destruction expels you and slays you instantly unless you make a DC 18 fortitude save. The stone's complete destruction expels you and slays you instantly unless you make a DC 18 fortitude save. Anytime before the duration expires, you can step out of the stone through the surface that you entered. If the spell's duration expires, hide inside Stonehenge. If the spell's duration expires or the effect is dispelled before you voluntarily exit the stone, you are violently expelled and take 5d6 points of damage. So 10 minutes per level. So level 3, you can spend 30 minutes inside of stone 2. Someone comes along and you want to hide from them, you hide inside of stone 2. The following spells harm you. Kick the baby. I can do it. At the end of the day, if you be quiet. time before the duration expires, you can step out of the stone through the surface that you entered. If the spell's duration expires or the effect is dispelled before you voluntarily exit the stone, you are violently expelled and take 5d6 points of damage. The following spells harm you if cast upon the stone that you are occupying. Stone to flesh expels you and deals you 5d6 points of damage. Stone shape deals you 3d6 points of damage but does not expel you. Transmute rock to mud expels you and then slays you instantly unless you make a DC 18 fortitude save, in which case you are merely expelled. Finally, pass wall expels you without damage. So if you're hiding, if someone comes along and can do any of them spells, better be hiding in an important rock that they're not allowed to damage. Mending. That was like a make whole. Oh, why you gotta make so much noise? Yeah, here, make holes right here. Cleric 2. Mending. Bard, cleric, druid, sorcerer, wizard. 0. Mending, transmutation. Bards, clerics, druids, and wizards. Sorcerers. Mending, transmutation. Level bard. Look at your ball. Can you please just... I'm just gonna go get some more coffee. Oh, I already got some. Can't you be quiet? Constantly making noise. Mending. Transmutation. Level Bard, Cleric, Druid 0. Sorcerer Wizard 0, 0, 0. Components. BS. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range. 20 feet. Target. 1 object of up to 1 pound. Duration. Instantaneous. Saving throw will negate harmless object. Spell resistance, yes, harmless object. Mending repairs small breaks or tears in objects, but not warps, such as might be caused by a warp wood spell. It will weld broken metallic objects, such as a ring, a chain link, a medallion, or a slender dagger, providing but 1 break exists. Ceramic or wooden objects with multiple breaks can be invisibly rejoined to be as strong as new. A hole in a leather sack or a wineskin is completely healed over by mending. The spell can repair a magic item, but the item's magical abilities are not restored. The spell cannot mend broken magic rods, staffs, or wands, nor does it affect creatures, including constructs. Message. Transmutation. Language dependent. Level Bard 0, Sorcerer Wizard 0. The message is a cantrip. Message. Transmutation. Language dependent. Level Bard 0, Sorcerer Wizard 0. Components. VSF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Targets 1 creature per level. Duration 10 minutes per level. Saving throw? None. Spell resistance? No. You can whisper messages and receive whispered replies with little chance of being overheard. You point your finger at each creature you want to receive the message. When you whisper, the whispered message is audible to all targeted creatures within range, which is 100 feet. Magical silence. 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, or a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt blocks the spell. The message does not have to travel in a straight line. It can circumvent a barrier if there is an open path between you and the subject, and the path's entire length lies within the spell's range. The creatures that receive the message can whisper a reply that you hear. The spell transmits sound, not meaning. It doesn't transcend language barriers. Note, to speak a message, you must mouth the words and whisper, possibly allowing observers the opportunity to read your lips. Focus a short piece of copper wire. Meteor Swarm. Evocation Fire. Level Sorcerer Wizard 9. Oh boy. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range long 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Area 40-foot radius. Spreads. See text. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw none. A reflex save. Half. See text. Spell resistance yes. Meteor Swarm is a very powerful and spectacular spell that is similar to Fireball in many aspects. When you cast it, 4 2-foot diameter spheres spring from your outstretched hand and streak in straight lines to the spots you select. The meteor spheres leave a fiery trail of sparks. 4 40-foot radius spreads. If you aim a sphere at a specific creature, you may make a ranged touch attack to strike the target with the meteor. Any creatures struck by one of these spheres takes 2d6 points of bludgeoning damage, no save, and receives no saving throw against the sphere's fire damage. No saving throw against the sphere's fire damage. God. See below. If a targeted sphere misses the target, it simply explodes at the nearest corner of the target's space. You may aim more than one meteor at the same target. Once a sphere reaches its destination, it explodes in a 40-foot radius spread, dealing 6d6 points of fire damage to each creature in the area. Okay, so if you hit it with the meteor, it takes 2d6 points of bludgeoning damage. And then it explodes, causing 66 points of fire damage to each creature in the area. If a creature is within the area of more than one sphere, it must save separately against each. Fire resistance applies to each sphere's damage individually. Osric is going to fuck you up. Mind blank. Abjuration. Level. Protection 8. Sorcerer Wizard 8. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 creature. Duration 24 hours. Saving throw. Will negates. Harmless. Spell resistance. Yes, harmless. Mind blank. The subject is protected from all devices and spells. Okay. The subject is protected from all devices and spells that detect, influence, or read emotions or thoughts. This spell protects against all mind-affecting spells and effects, as well as information gathering by divination spells or effects. Mind blank even foils limited wish, miracle, and wish spells when they are used in such a way as to affect the subject's mind or gain information about it. In the case of scrying that scans an area the creature is in, such as Arcane Eye, the spell works, but the creature simply isn't detected. Scrying attempts that are targeted specifically at the subject do not work at all. So they fail. Arcane Eye. Sorcerer Wizard 4. Casting time 10 minutes. Range unlimited. Effect magical sensor. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. You create an invisible magical sensor that sends you visual information. You can create the arcane eye at any point you can see, but it can then travel outside your line of sight without hindrance. An arcane eye travels at 30 feet per round, 300 feet per minute, if viewing an area ahead as a human would, primarily looking at the floor. 10 minutes, or 10 feet per round, 100 feet per minute. If examining the ceiling and walls as well as the floor ahead, it sees exactly as you would see if you were there. The eye can travel in any direction as long as the spell lasts. Solid barriers block its passage, but it can pass through a hole or space as small as 1 inch in diameter. The eye can't enter another plane of existence, even through a gate or similar magical portal. You must concentrate to use an arcane eye. If you do not concentrate, the eye is inert until you again concentrate. Material component, a bit of bat fur. Should be a bat eye. What fur? Mind fog. Enchantment. Compulsion. Mind affecting. Level. Bard 5. Sorcerer Wizard 5. Components. VS. Casting time. 1 standard action. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect, fog spreads at 20-foot radius, 20 feet high. Duration, 30 minutes and 2d6 rounds. See text. Saving throw will negate spell resistance, yes. Mind fog produces a bank of thin mist that weakens the mental resistance of those caught in it. Yeah. Creatures in the mind fog take a -10 competence penalty on wisdom checks and will saves. A creature that successfully saves against the fog. Okay. Creatures in the mind fog take a -10 competence penalty on wisdom checks and will saves. A creature that successfully saves against the fog is not affected and need not make further saves, even if it remains in the fog. Affected creatures take the penalty as long as they remain in the fog, and for 2d6 rounds thereafter. The fog is stationary and lasts for 30 minutes, or until dispersed by wind. A moderate wind, 11 plus miles per hour, disperses the fog in 4 rounds. A strong wind, 21 plus miles per hour, disperses the fog in 1 round. The fog is thin and does not significantly hamper vision. Minor creation. Conjuration creation. Level. Sorcerer Wizard 4. Components BSM. Casting time 1 minute. Range 0 feet. It is minor creation. Effect. Unattended non-magical object of non-living plant matter. Up to 1 cubic foot per level. So can you make food? Duration 1 hour per level. B. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. Can you make raisins with it? You create a non-magical unattended object of non-living vegetable matter. The volume of the item created cannot exceed 1 cubic foot per caster level. You must succeed on an appropriate skill check to make a complex item. Attempting to use any created object as a material component causes the spell to fail. Material component, a tiny piece of matter of the same sort of item you plan to create with the minor creation. So can you make raisins with it? So if you try to make dirt with it, if you have the dirt, then I guess you don't need much more dirt. Anyway. Minor image, illusion, figment. Level, bard 2, sorcerer, wizard 2. Duration, concentration plus 2 rounds. This spell functions like silent image, except that minor image includes some minor sounds, but not understandable speech. Minor image, illusion, bard 2, sorcerer, wizard 2. Concentration plus 2 rounds. This spell functions like silent image, except minor image includes some minor sounds, but not understandable speech. Miracle. Evocation. Cleric. 9. Luck. 9. Components. VS. XP. See text. Casting time. 1 standard action. Range. See text. Target, effect, or area. See text. Duration. See text. Saving throw. See text. Spell resistance. Yes. They could have just taken those. You don't so much cast a miracle as request one. You state what you would like to have happen and request that your deity or the power you pray to for spells intercede. It takes 1 standard action. I think it would take a while. I think it would be one of those long casting ones. A miracle can do any of the following things. Duplicate any cleric spell of 8th level or lower, including spells to which you have access because of your domains. Duplicate any other spell of 7th level or lower. Undo the harmful effects of certain spells, such as Feeble Mind or Insanity. Have any effect whose power level is in line with the above effects. If the miracle has any of the above effects, casting it has no experience point cost. Alternatively, a cleric can make a very powerful request. Casting such a miracle costs the cleric 5,000 XP because of the powerful divine energies involved. Examples of especially powerful miracles of this sort could include the following. Swinging the tide of a battle in your favor by raising fallen allies to continue fighting. Moving you and your allies with all your and their gear from one place to another through planar barriers to a specific locale with no chance of error. Protecting a city from an earthquake, volcanic eruption, flood, or other major natural disaster. In any event, a request that is out of line with the deity's or alignment's nature is refused. A duplicated spell allows saving throws and spell resistance as normal, but the save DCs are as for a 9th level spell. When a miracle duplicates a spell that it has an XP cost, you must pay that cost. When a miracle spell duplicates a spell with a material component that costs more than 100 gold pieces, you must provide that component. XP costs 5,000 XP for some uses of the miracle spell. See above. I'll finally be in court. Mirage Arcana. Illusion, Glamour. Level Bard 5, Sorcerer, Wizard 5. Components. VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Area 120-foot cube per level S. Duration, concentration, plus 1 hour per level D. This spell functions like hallucinatory terrain, except that it enables you to make any area appear to be something other than it is. The illusion includes audible, visual, tactile, and olfactory elements. Unlike hallucinatory terrain, the spell can alter the appearance of structures or add them where none are present. Still, it can't disguise, conceal, or add creatures. So we gotta concentrate for. Still, it can't disguise, conceal, or add creatures, though creatures within the area might hide themselves within the illusion just as they can hide themselves within a real location. So if you're in a open space and you want there to be a little castle, all of a sudden you can just make one. Mirror image, illusion, figment, level, bard 2, sorcerer, wizard 2. Components, VS, casting time, 1 standard action. Range, 120 foot cube per level. Anyway, mirror image. Illusion, figment, level, bard 2, sorcerer, wizard 2. Components, VS, casting time, 1 standard action. Range, personal. Target, you. Duration, 1 minute per level. Several illusory duplicates of you pop into being, making it difficult for enemies. Man, this is such a low-level spell. Of course, Oscar could do this. I'm sure Rick does this in the cartoon. Of you pop into being, making it difficult for enemies to know which target to attack. The figments stay near you and disappear when struck. Mirror image creates 1d4 image plus 1 image per 3 caster levels, maximum 8 images total. These figments separate from you and remain in a cluster, each within 5 feet of at least one other figment or you. You can move into and through a mirror image. When you and the mirror image separate, observers can't use vision or hearing to tell which one is you and which is the image. The figments may also move through each other. The figments mimic your actions, pretending to cast spells when you cast a spell. So, the figments mimic your actions, pretending to cast spells when you cast a spell, drink potions when you drink a potion, levitate when you levitate, and so on. Enemies attempting to attack you or cast spells that you must select from among indistinguishable targets. Generally, roll randomly to see whether the selected target is real or a figment. Any successful attack against an image destroys it. An image's AC is 10 plus your size modifier plus your dexterity modifier. Figments seem to react normally to area spells, such as looking like they're burned or dead after being hit by a fireball. While moving, you can merge with and split off from figments so that enemies who have learned which image is real are again confounded. An attacker must be able to see the images to be fooled. Okay, so they react normally to area spells, but if you strike them, yeah, they disappear only when struck. An attacker must be able to see the images to be fooled. If you are invisible or an attacker shuts his or her eyes, the spell has no effect. Being unable to see carries the same penalties as being blinded. Well, no, it also sounds like you're like, they also make sounds, right? Misdirection, illusion, glamour, level, bard 2, sorcerer, wizard 2. Components, VS. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target, 1 creature or object up to A 10-foot cube in size. Duration 1 hour per level. Saving throw none or will negate. Text. Spell resistance no. Shh. Onja, shadja, onja, mujijaba. Mujijaba. Misdirection, illusion, glamour, level, bard 2, sorcerer, wizard 2. Components, VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 creature or object up to a 10-foot cube in size. Duration 1 hour per level. Saving throw none or will negate. See text. Spell resistance no. By means of this spell, you misdirect the information from divination spells that reveal auras, detect evil, detect magic, discern lies, and the like. It only lasts 1 hour. On casting the spell, you choose another object within range. For the duration of the spell, the subject of misdirection is detected as if it were the other object. Neither the subject nor the other object gets a saving throw against this effect. Detection spells provide information based on the second object, rather than on the actual target of the detection, unless the caster of the detection succeeds on a will save. For instance, you could make yourself detect as a tree if one were within range at casting. Not evil, not lying, not magical. Neutral in alignment, and so forth. Okay. You choose another object within range. The subject of misdirection is detected as if it were the other object. Based on the second object rather than on the actual target of the detection, unless the caster of the detection succeeds on a will save. For instance, you could make yourself detect as a tree if one were within range at casting. Not evil, not lying, not magical, neutral in alignment, and so forth. This spell does not affect other types of divination magic, augury, detect thoughts, clairaudience, clairvoyance, and the like. So the only thing I could see is, if you cast it on a sword and have someone detect it as an axe or something. Mislead, illusion, figment, glamour, level, bard 5, luck 6, sorcerer wizard 6, trickery 6. Components, S. Casting time 1, standard action. This is mislead. Range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target effect, you 1 illusory double. Mislead. Duration, 1 round per level. D in concentration plus 3 rounds. See text. Saving throw. None or will disbelief if interacted with. See text. Spell resistance, no. You become invisible as improved invisibility, a glamour, and at the same time, an illusory double of you. Now, this is good stuff. This is only Wizard 6. Bard 5. The Bard can become invisible. And at the same time, an illusory double of you as major image, a figment appears. You are then free to go elsewhere while your double moves away. The double appears within range, but thereafter moves as you directed, which requires concentration beginning on the first round after the casting. So 1 round and concentration plus 3 rounds. You can make the figment appear superimposed perfectly over your own body so that observers don't notice an image appearing and you turning invisible. You and the figment can then move in different directions within 25 feet. The double moves at your speed and can talk and gesture as if it were real, but it cannot attack nor cast spells, though it can pretend to do so. The illusory double lasts as long as you concentrate upon it, plus 3 additional rounds. After you cease concentration, the illusory double continues to carry out the same activity until the duration expires. The improved invisibility lasts for 1 round per level, regardless of concentration. Okay, so you concentrate and then 3 rounds. You concentrate for 1 round and then you get 3 rounds out of it. And then if you concentrate again, I guess it stays. Mnemonic Enhancer. Transmutation. Level Wizard 4. Components VSMF. Casting time 10 minutes. Range personal target you. Duration instantaneous. Casting this spell allows you to prepare additional spells or retain spells recently cast. So if you cast this first and then cast other spells, you can keep casting those spells. You can prepare additional spells. And if you've... Okay. Pick one of these two versions when the spell is cast. Alright, so it's one or the other. So if you cast a couple of spells and need them back, then you cast this. Prepare. You prepare up to 3 additional levels of spells. A cantrip counts as half level for this purpose. You prepare and cast these spells normally. Retain. You retain any spell of 3rd level or lower that you had cast up to 1 round before you started casting the mnemonic enhancer, which takes 10 minutes. This restores the previously cast spell to your mind. In either event, the spell or spells prepared or retained fade after 24 hours, if not cast. Material component. A piece of string and ink consisting of squid secretion with black dragon's blood. This is only a level 4 wizard spell. I mean, this really seems like it should be a higher level thing. But, whatever. 4th level wizard. Osric would do that. I'm going to try it once or twice, but I'll hold on to it in case. Focus. An ivory plaque of at least 50 gold pieces of value. An ivory plaque. My goodness. Bon Dieu. Modify memory. He does this to Morty all the time, doesn't he? Enchantment. Compulsion. Mind effect. Level. Bard 4. Component B as casting time 1 round. See text. Range close. 25 foot plus 5 foot per 2 levels. Target 1 living creature. Duration permanent. Saving throw will negate. Spell resistance, yes. You reach into the subject's mind and modify as many as 5 minutes of its memories in one of the following ways. It's only 4 bars. That is quite a lot. Eliminate all memory of an event the subject actually experienced. Is this 5 of the minutes that just happened? It seems like that would only be something that happened a long time ago. Couldn't be. Shouldn't be. With something that just happened, yeah. Eliminate all memory of an event that subject actually experienced. The spell cannot negate charm, geese quest, suggestion, or similar spells. Allow the subject to recall with perfect clarity an event it actually experienced. Change the details of an event the subject actually experienced. Implant a memory of an event the subject never experienced. Now that is creepy. That is like really creepy stuff right there. And since it's a bard spell, I guess he's singing this. Saying that never happened. Casting the spell takes 1 round. You'd think it would take more than that. If the subject fails to save, you proceed with the spell by spending as much as 5 minutes, a period of time equal to the amount of memory time you want to modify, visualizing the memory you wish to modify in the subject. If your concentration is disturbed before the visualization is complete, or if the subject is ever beyond the spell's range during this time, the spell is lost. 25 feet. A modified memory does not necessarily affect the subject's actions, particularly if it contradicts the creature's natural inclinations. An illogical modified memory is dismissed by the creature as a bad dream or a memory muddied by too much wine. Moment of Prescience. Divination. Level Luck 8, Sorcerer, Wizard 8. Components BS. Casting time 1 staggered action. Range personal target you. Duration 1 hour per level or until discharged. This spell grants you a powerful 6th sense in relation to yourself. Once during the spell's duration, you may choose to use its effect. The spell grants you an insight bonus equal to your caster level, maximum plus 25, on any single attack roll, opposed ability or skill check, or saving throw. Alternatively, you can apply the insight bonus to your AC against a single attack, even if flat-footed. Activating the effect doesn't take an action. You could even activate it on another character's turn if needed. You must choose to use the moment of prescience before you make the roll it is to modify. Once used, the spell ends. You can't have more than 1 moment of prescience active on you at the same time. Divination. Luck, Sorcerer, Wizard 8. Tuesday. Insight bonus equal to your caster level. Wizard 8. Mount. Conjuration. Summoning. Level Sorcerer, Wizard 1. Components of VSM. Casting time 1 round. Range close. 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect 1. Mount. Duration 2 hours per level. D. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. You summon a light horse or a pony, your choice, to serve you as a mount. The steed serves willingly and well. The mount comes with a bit and bridle and a riding saddle. Material component, a bit of horsehair. So you're summoning it from somewhere. So it's probably that horse's hair. Move Earth. Transmutation Earth. Level Druid 6, Sorcerer Wizard 6. Components VSM. Material component is a mixture of soils, clay, loam, and sand in a small bag and an iron blade. Move Earth. Casting time. Text. Range long, 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Area dirt in an area up to 750 feet square and up to 10 feet deep. S. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. Move Earth moves dirt, clay, loam, sand, possibly collapsing embankments, moving hillocks, shifting dunes, and so forth. However, in no event can rock formations be collapsed or moved. The area to be affected determines the casting time. For every 150-foot square up to 10 feet deep, casting takes 10 minutes. The maximum area, 750 feet by 750 feet, takes 4 hours and 10 minutes to move. This spell does not violently break the surface of the ground. Instead, it creates wave-like crests and troughs, with the earth reacting with glacier-like fluidity until the desired result is achieved. Trees, structures, rock formations, and such are mostly unaffected, except for changes in elevation and relative topography. The spell cannot be used for tunneling and is generally too slow to trap or bury creatures. Its primary use is for digging or filling moats, or for adjusting terrain contours before a battle. This spell has no effect on earth creatures. Material component: a mixture of soils in a small bag and an iron blade. Neutralize poison. Conjuration. Healing. Level: Bard 4, Cleric 4, Druid 3, Paladin 4, Ranger 3. Components: VSMDF. Casting time: 1 standard action. Range: touch. Target creature or object of up to 1 cubic feet per level touched. Duration: 10 minutes per level. Saving throw: will negate. Harmless object. Spell resistance: yes, harmless object. You detoxify any sort of venom in the creature or object touched. A poisoned creature suffers no additional effect from the poison, and any temporary effects are ended. But the spell does not reverse instantaneous effects such as hit point damage, temporary ability damage, or effects that don't go away on their own. The creature is immune to any poison it is exposed to during the duration of the spell. Unlike with delay poison, such effects aren't postponed until after the duration. The creature need not make any saves against the poison effects applied to it during the length of the spell. And so, this spell can instead neutralize the poison in a poisonous creature or object for the duration of the spell at the caster's option. Arcane material component: a bit of charcoal. So what if you made a potion with it? Nightmare. Illusion. Phantasm. Mind affecting. Evil. Level: Bard 5, Sorcerer Wizard 5. This sounds terrible. Components: VS. Casting time: 10 minutes. Range: unlimited. Target: 1 living creature. Duration: instantaneous. Saving throw: will negate. See text. Spell resistance: yes. You send a hideous and unsettling phantasmal vision to a specific creature that you name or otherwise specifically designate. The nightmare prevents restful sleep and causes 1d10 points of damage. The nightmare leaves the subject fatigued and unable to regain arcane spells for the next 24 hours. Wow. What are you doing? The difficulty of the save depends on how well you can know the subject and what sort of physical connection, if any, you have to that creature. Knowledge will save modifier: none, +10. Second hand, you have heard of the subject, +5. First hand, you have met the subject, +0. Familiar, you know the subject well, -5. You must have some sort of connection to the creature you have no knowledge of. Connection, likeness or picture, -2. Will save modifier. Possession or garment, -4. Body part, lock of hair, bit of nail, etc. Voodoo doll, -10. Dispel evil cast on the subject while you are casting the spell. Dispels the nightmare and causes you to be stunned for 10 minutes per caster level of the dispel evil. If the recipient is awake when the spell begins, you can choose to cease casting, ending the spell, or to enter a trance until the recipient goes to sleep, whereupon you become alert again and complete the casting. If you are disturbed during the trance, you must succeed on a concentration check as if you were in the midst of casting a spell, or the spell ends. If you choose to enter a trance, you are not aware of your surroundings or the activities around you while in the trance. You are defenseless, both physically and mentally, while in the trance. You always fail any saving throw, for example. Creatures who don't sleep, such as elves, but not half-elves, or dream, are immune to this spell. So, Kier Steinberg. See an elf. But half-elves don't dream. Non-detection. Abjuration. Level, Ranger 4. Sorcerer, Wizard 3, Trickery 3. Components, VSM. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range touch. Target creature or object touched. Duration, 1 hour per level. Saving throw. Will negates. Harmless object. Spell resistance, yes. Harmless object. Though, okay, so what's this again? Non-detection. Abjuration. Ranger form. Sorcerer Wizard 3, Trickery 3. Non-detection. Ranger. Okay, so saving throw will negate harmless object. Spell resistance, yes, harmless object. The warded creature or object becomes difficult to detect by divination spells such as clairaudience, clairvoyance, locate object, and detect spells. Non-detection also prevents location by such magic items as crystal balls. If a divination is attempted against the warded creature or item, the caster of the divination must succeed on a caster level check, 1d20 plus caster level, against a DC of 11 plus the caster level of the spellcaster who cast non-detection. If you cast non-detection on yourself or on an item currently in your possession, the DC is 15 plus your caster level. If cast on a creature, non-detection wards the creature's gear as well as the creature itself. Material component, a pinch of diamond dust worth 50 gold pieces. Okay, we put diamond dust on this object. And I can't divine what it is. How much diamond dust can you get? Obscure object. Abjuration. Level Bard 1, Cleric 3, Sorcerer Wizard 2. Components VSMDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target 1 object touched of up to 100 pounds per level. Duration 8 hours. D. Saving throw will negates object. Spell resistance, yes, object. This spell hides an object from location by divination, scrying effects, such as the scrying spell or a crystal ball. Such an attempt automatically fails if the divination is targeted on the object, or fails to perceive the object if the divination is targeted on a nearby location, object, or person. This is obscure object. Arcane material component, a piece of chameleon skin. So that an object that's less than 100 pounds for 8 hours can be hidden from divination. Yes, my boy. You said mommy. Good job. You said community. Yeah. That was obscure object. The object. So, chameleon skin. Obscuring mist. Conjuration. Creation. Level. Air 1. Cleric 1. Druid 1. Sorcerer 1. Water 1. Component. VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range 20 feet. Effect. Cloud spreads in a 20-foot radius from you. 20 feet high. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. A misty vapor arises around you. So, Druid 1. So I cast Obscuring Mist for a minute. 1 standard action. I raise a 20-foot mist around me. It is stationary once created. The vapor obscures all sight, including dark vision. Beyond 5 feet. Beyond 5 feet. A creature 5 feet away has concealment. Attacks have a 20% miss chance. Creatures farther away have total concealment, 50% miss chance, and the attacker cannot use sight to locate the target. A moderate wind, 11 plus miles per hour, such as from a gust of wind spell, disperses the fog in 4 rounds. A strong wind, 21 plus miles per hour, disperses the fog in 1 round. A fireball, flame strike, or similar spell burns away the fog in the explosive or fiery spells area. A wall of fire burns away the fog in the area into which it deals damage. This spell does not function underwater. Open close. Transmutation. Level. Bard 0, Sorcerer, Wizard 0. Components. VSF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range. Close. 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target. Object weighing up to 30 pounds or portal that can be opened or closed. Duration. Instantaneous. Saving throw will negates. Object spell resistance. Yes. Object. You can open or close, your choice, a door, chest, box, window, bag, pouch, bottle, barrel, or other container. If anything resists this activity, such as a bar on the door or a lock on the chest, the spell fails. Okay, so you just will it to open. In addition, the spell can only open and close things weighing 30 pounds or less. Thus, doors, chests, and similar object size for enormous creatures may be beyond the spell's ability to affect. Focus a brass key. Okay, so you stand there, you focus on the key, you cast the time 1 standard action, and if a barrel is 25 feet away, you can open or close it. Orders Wrath. Evocation. Lawful. Level. Law 4. Components. VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range. Medium. 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area. Non-lawful creatures within a burst that fills a 30-foot cube. Duration. Instantaneous. 1 round. See text. Saving throw. Will partial. See text. Spell resistance. Yes. You channel lawful power to smite enemies. The power takes the form of a 3-dimensional grid of energy. Only chaotic and neutral, not lawful, creatures are harmed by the spell. The spell deals 1d8 points of damage per 2 caster levels, maximum 5d8 to chaotic creatures, or 1d6 points of damage per caster level, maximum 10d6 to chaotic outsiders, and causes them to be dazed for 1 round. A successful will save reduces the damage to half and negates the dazed effect. The spell Deals only half damage to creatures who are neither chaotic nor lawful, and they are not dazed. They can reduce the damage in half, again, down to 1/4 of the roll with a successful will save. Overland Flight. Transmutation Sorcerer Wizard 5. Components VS. Range personal, target you. Duration 1 hour per level. This spell functions like a fly spell, except you can fly at a speed of 40 feet. 30 feet if wearing medium or heavy armor, or if carrying a medium or heavy load, with average maneuverability. For land, 40 feet if wearing medium or heavy armor. When using this spell for long-distance movement, you can hustle without taking non-lethal damage. A forced march still requires constitution checks. This means you can cover 64 miles in an 8-hour period of flight, or 48 miles at a speed of 30 feet. Sorcerer. So, Osric can fly around if he wants. Owl's Wisdom. Transmutation. Level Cleric 2, Druid 2, Paladin 2, Ranger 2, Sorcerer Wizard 2. So, Druid. Ranger. Components VSMD. Casting time, 1 standard action. Wizard. And Sorcerer. Cleric. Paladin. Range touch. Target creature touch. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw. Will negates. Harmless. Spell resistance. Yes. The transmuted creature becomes wiser. The spell grants a +4 enhancement bonus to wisdom, adding the usual benefit to wisdom-related skills. Clerics, druids, paladins, and rangers, and other wisdom-based spellcasters who receive Owl's Wisdom do not gain any additional bonus spells for the increased wisdom, but the save DCs for their spells increase. Arcane material component. A few feathers or a pinch of droppings from an owl. No, come on. You're going to transmute something, and you need a material component. It should be like an owl face mask. For 1 minute per level. Yeah, it should be more difficult. Magic. Owl's Wisdom. Mass. Transmutation. Cleric. 6. Druid 6. Sorcerer Wizard 6. Range close. 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 spell levels. Or 2 caster levels. Target 1 creature per level, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. This spell functions like Owl's Wisdom, except that it affects multiple creatures. It says 1 creature. Target creature touched. A creature per level. Okay. So you can make 6 druids. You have to cast it on a cowl made of feathers. Password. Transmutation. Level Sorcerer Wizard 5. Components VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Effect 5 feet by 8 feet. Opening 10 feet deep plus 5 feet deep per 3 additional levels. This pass wall. It can force you out of a stone. Sorcerer Wizard 5. So, you try to hide in a stone. Osric, once you're found, he can pass wall you right out of the stone. 5 feet by 8 feet, opening 10 feet deep plus 5 feet deep per 3 additional levels. Duration 1 hour per level. D. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. You create a passage through wooden, plaster, or stone walls, but not through metal or other harder materials. Oh man, he makes a passage through a stone. Oh no. The effect 5 foot, 8 foot, 10 foot, 10 feet deep for an hour. And then the stone goes back to normal. You can create a passage through wooden, plaster, or stone walls, but not through metal or other harder materials. The passage is 10 feet deep plus an additional 5 feet deep per 3 caster levels above 9th. You only need a pinch of sesame seeds. You need a sesame seeds? Yeah, plus an additional 5 feet deep per 3 caster levels above 9th. 12. 15 feet at 12th, 20 feet at 15th, 10 feet deep. 25. If the wall's thickness is more than the depth of the passage created, then a single pass wall simply makes a niche or short tunnel. Several pass wall spells can then form a continuing passage to breach very thick walls. Yeah, I mean, how thick is this wall? Let's see. Wooden, plaster, or stone? Does dirt count as stone? 35 feet deep. Walls thick more than depth. That's really thick. It's one standard action. So 5 feet wide by 8 feet tall. Several pass wall spells can then form a continuing passage to breach very thick walls. And when pass wall ends, creatures within the passage are ejected. Alright, so open, close, orders, wrath, overland flight, owl's wisdom, mass, pass wall. Alright. So you create a passage through wooden, plaster, or stone walls, but not through metal or other harder materials. The passage is 10 feet deep plus an additional 5 feet deep per 3 caster levels above 9th, 15 feet at 12th, 20 feet at 15th, maximum 25 feet deep at 18th level. If the wall's thickness is more than the depth of the passage created, then a single pass wall simply makes a niche or short tunnel. Several pass wall spells can then form a continuing passage to breach very thick walls. Yeah, like 25 feet, that's a thick ass wall. When pass wall ends, creatures within the passage are ejected out the nearest exit. If someone dispels the pass wall, or you dismiss it, creatures in the passage are ejected out the far exit, if there is one, or out the sole exit if there is only one. What if you were tunneling through the Great Wall of China? Material component, a pinch of sesame seeds. So if you had a big old bag of sesame seeds, you could like tunnel through like a whole bunch of stone or wood or plaster. Pass without trace. Transmutation. Level Druid 1, Ranger 1. Alright, here we go. Components VSDS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Targets 1 creature per level touched. Duration 1 hour per level. D. Saving throw will negates harmless. Spell resistance. Yes, harmless. The subject or subjects can move through any type of terrain and leave neither footprints nor scent. So if someone's chasing you with real hounds, you can get away. Tracking the subject is impossible by non-magical means. Permanency. Universal level. Sorcerer Wizard 5. Components VS XP. Casting time 2 rounds. Range C text. Target, effect, or area C text. Duration permanent C text. Saving throw none. Fine. Level 5 wizard spells. Ozra can definitely make himself a permanent little wizard's sanctum. Inside of a real tower, there'd be a magical sanctum within it that's like permanent in there. Spell resistance, no. This spell makes certain other spells permanent. Depending on the spell, you must be of a minimum caster level and must expend a number of XP. You can make the following spells permanent in regard to yourself. Spell, minimum caster level, XP cost. Arcane Sight, 11th. XP cost 1500. Comprehend Languages, 9th. 500. Dark Vision, 10th. 1000. Detect Magic, 9th. 500. Read Magic, 9th. 500. See Invisibility, 10th. 1000. Tongues, 11th. 1500. You can cast a desired spell and then follow in it with the permanency spell. You cannot cast these spells on other creatures. This application of permanency can be dispelled only by a caster of higher level than you were when you cast the spell. In addition to personal use, permanency can be Used to make the following spells permanent on yourself, another creature, or an object as appropriate. You can make the following spells permanent in regard on yourself. So Osric can, at 11th level, he can get Arcane Sight. At 9th, he can get Read Magic, Detect Magic, Comprehend Languages. And then 10th, Dark Vision, 11th, Tongues, and Arcane Sight. You can go back and certain things. Spell, Enlarge Person, 9th, 500 XP. Magic Fang, 9th, 500. Magic Fang Greater. Hey, where's that baby words book? Where's that book? Did you read that, baby? It says Monster Diaries. The Monster Diaries. There's a ghost and there's a children. Rust the Chain, Singing Class, Grave Owners Association meeting. Buy more pretty sheets for the tourists. Remember to pick up clean sheets. The ghost. Got to pick up clean sheets. Chop onions. Watch TV. Read the newspaper. Have a good cry. Chop more onions. Watch the news. Chop onions again. Go out to cry. The crybaby. Shave. Order pizza. Shave. Eat pizza. Shave. Shave. Realize that I'm covered in American. Shave. Meet up with the crybaby. Shave. Go out to cry. Oh, the werewolf. The werewolf keeps trying to shave. Big, abominable snowman. Ski. Prepare a glass of ice and ice. Go out hunting for a human and put him in the freezer. Ski more. Watch TV. Talk to other Sasquatches. Cold. Air out the igloo. Look for the person who gave me an electric heater for my last birthday and tell him off. But it was Dracula. Hibernate for a while. See if I can borrow Werewolf's razor. I'd like to shave. Buy a coat. Water plants and feed birds. Important to go to hardware store to buy new bolts, or I will lose my head if it's not screwed on. Go to beauty parlor for a facial. Buy skis. The snowman is inviting me skiing. Also need to find size 64 boots. Tell Doc Victor that kids at school keep hitting me. If they keep doing this, I will end up with a flat head. Frankenstein. Get alarm clock repaired. It keeps ringing early, and I get up in the day. There is nothing worse for a vampire skin than sunlight, and I can't face going to the beauty parlor and listening to Frankie complaining about the school kids. Pick up Kate at the cleaners. Make sure they don't give me the ghost sheet again. I'm in enough trouble with the Grave Owners Association. Monday. I don't think this sun cream that Yeti gave me. Sharpened teeth. The years have worn them out. Go out for a night in the town, go dance and drink some tomato juice. Meet new people. Watch a good horror film. Oh, no vampires. Get back to the cemetery. Make sure I lie down in the right coffin. The other grave owners are getting annoyed. Dracula. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wednesday, 2nd. Buy 500 feet of bandages at the drugstore. These ones are getting a little dusty. Ask Frankie, Werewolf, the crazy scientist, and the ghost to help me change my bandages. Talk about the old days. Must remember not to invite Crybaby. He's always crying, and we can't hear each other over his wailing. Get back to the museum. Avoid the security guard. Call Daddy. The money. Oh, look, that's a real picture of Thoth and Anubis weighing your heart. It just leaves out the crocodile that's going to eat it. You can cast the desired spell and then follow it with a permanency spell. You cannot cast these spells on other creatures. This application of permanency can be dispelled only by a caster of higher level than you are when you cast the spell. In addition to personal use, permanency can be used to make the following spells permanent on yourself, another creature, or an object as appropriate. Go back to M. Mage's magic jar. Mage's mage hand. Mage's magnificent mansion. You could build a real thing and then cast that in there. Mage's private sanctum. He can cast it at level 5. At level 5, he can make the sanctum. In addition to personal use, permanency can be used to make the following spells permanent on yourself, another creature, or an object. Spell Enlarge Person at 9th for 500 XP. Magic Fang, 9th for 500. Magic Fang Greater at 11th for 1500. Reduce Person, 9th, 500. Resistance, 9th, 500. Telepathic Bond at 13th for 2500. Only bonds 2 creatures per casting of permanency. Telepathic Bond. Additionally, the following spells can be cast upon objects or areas only and rendered permanent. Spell minimum caster level XP cost. Alarm, 9th, 500. Animate objects, 14, 3000. Dancing lights, 9th, 500. Ghost sound, 9th, 500. Gust of wind, 11th, 1500. Invisibility, 10th, 1000. Mage's private sanctum, 13th, 2500 XP. Alright, so, yes, at 50 can cast the private sanctum, and only at 13th can cast the permanency. So let's say that as soon as he gets at 13th, it would take a higher level wizard to dispel his private sanctum, or at least the permanency on it. Magic mouth, 10th, 1000. Phase door, 15th, 3500. Prismatic sphere, 17th, 4500 XP. Prismatic wall, 16th, 4000 XP. Shrink item, 11th, 1500 XP. Solid fog, 12th, 2000 XP. Stinking cloud, 11th, 1500 XP. Symbol of death, 16th, 4000 XP. Symbol of fear, 14th, 3000 XP. Symbol of insanity, 16th, 4000 XP. Symbol of pain, 13th, 2500 XP. Symbol of persuasion, 14th, 3000 XP. Symbol of sleep, 16th, 4000 XP. Symbol of stunning, 15th, 3500 XP. Symbol of weakness, 15th, 3500 XP. Teleportation circle, 17th, 4500 XP. Wall of fire, 12th, 2000 XP. Wall of force, 13th, 2500 XP. Web, 10th, 1000 XP. Spells cast on other creatures, objects, or locations, not on you, are vulnerable to dispel magic as normal. XP cost as shown. Permanent image. Illusion. Figment. Level. Bard 6, Sorcerer Wizard 6. Effect. Figment that cannot extend beyond a 20-foot cube plus 1 10-foot cube per level. S. Cannot extend. Cube per level. So 20 per level. So it says Bard 6, Sorcerer Wizard 6. So both the Bard and the Wizard can make a permanent image. Duration permanent. D. This spell functions like silent image, except that the figment includes visual, auditory, olfactory, and thermal elements, and the spell is permanent. By concentrating, you can move the image within the limits of the range, but it is static while you are not concentrating. Material component: a bit of fleece plus powdered jade worth 100 gold pieces. So, a fleece bag and powdered jade worth 100 gold pieces. Persistent image, illusion, figment, level Bard 5, Sorcerer Wizard 5. Duration 1 minute per level. This spell functions like silent image, except that the figment includes visual, auditory, olfactory, and thermal components, and the figment follows a script determined by you. The figment follows that script without your having to concentrate on it. The illusion can include intelligible speech if you wish. Material component: a bit of fleece and several grains of sand. These material components are wild. Phantasmal killer. Illusion, phantasm, fear, mind affecting. Level Sorcerer Wizard 4. Components: VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Duration 1 minute per level. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Wait, the permanent image and persistent image don't have a casting time. But I guess silent image is where you get for that. Let's hurry up and look at silent image. Silent image, illusion, figment level, bard 1, sorcerer wizard 1, components VSF, casting time 1, standard action range, long 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Effect, visual figment that cannot extend beyond 4 10-foot cubes plus 1 10-foot cube per level. Duration, concentration, saving throw, will, disbelief if interacted with. Spell resistance, no. The spell creates the visual illusion of an object, creature, or force as visualized by you. The illusion does not create sound, smell, texture, or temperature. You can move the image within the limits of the size of the effect. Focus, a bit of fleece. So, sand and jade. Phantasmal killer. Illusion, phantasm, fear, mind affecting level, sorcerer, wizard 4. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action range, medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Target 1 living creature. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw, will, disbelief, interacted with. Then fortitude, partial C-text. Spell resistance, yes. You create a phantasmal image of the most fearsome creature imaginable to the subject simply by forming the fears of the subject's subconscious mind into something that its conscious mind can visualize. This most horrible beast. Only the spell subject can see the phantasmal killer. So only the spell subject can see it. You see only a vague shape. The target first gets a will save to recognize the image as unreal. If that save fails, the phantasm touches the subject, and the subject must succeed on a fortitude save or die from fear. Even if the fortitude save is successful, the subject takes 3d6 points of damage. If the subject of a phantasmal killer attack succeeds in disbelieving and is wearing a helm of telepathy, the beast can be turned upon you. You must then disbelieve it or become subject to its deadly fear attack. My goodness. Phantom Steed. Conjuration. Creation. Level Bard 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3. Components VS. Casting time 10 minutes. Range 0 feet. Effect 1. Quasi-real horse-like creature. Duration 1 hour per level. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. You conjure a large, quasi-real, horse-like creature. The steed can be ridden only by you, or by the one person for whom you specifically created the mount. A phantom steed has a black head and body, gray mane and tail, and smoke-colored insubstantial hooves that make no sound. It has what seems to be a saddle-bitten bridle. It does not fight, but animals shun it and refuse to attack it. The mount has an AC of 18, -1 size, +4 natural armor, +5 dexterity, and 7 hit points, +1 hit point per caster level. If it loses all its hit points, the phantom steed disappears. A phantom steed has a speed of 20 feet per caster level to a maximum of 240 feet. It can bear its rider's weight plus up to 10 pounds per caster level. I should say pounds, not LB. No. 240 feet. 240. These mounts gain certain powers according to caster level. A mount's abilities include those of mounts of lower caster levels. 8th level, the mount can ride over sandy, muddy, or even swampy ground without difficulty or decrease in speed. Nor. 10th level, the mount can use water walk at will as the spell. No action required to activate this ability. 12th level, the mount can use air walk at will as the spell. No action required to activate this ability for up to 1 round at a time, after which it falls to the ground. 14th level, the mount can fly at its speed, average maneuverability. Phantom Trap, Illusion, Glamour. Level Sorcerer, Wizard 2. Components V, S, and casting time, 1 standard action. Range, touch. Target, object touched. Duration, permanent. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. This spell makes a lock or other small mechanism seem to be trapped to anyone who can detect traps. You place the spell upon any small mechanism or device, such as a lock, hinge, hasp, cork, cap, or ratchet. Any character able to detect traps or who uses any spell or device enabling trap detection is 100% certain a real trap exists. Of course, the effect is illusory and nothing happens if the trap is sprung. Its primary purpose is to frighten away thieves or make them waste precious time. If another phantom trap is active within 50 feet when the spell is cast, the casting fails. Material component, a piece of iron, pyrite touched to the object to be trapped. While the object is sprinkled with a special dust requiring 50 gold pieces to prepare. Special dust, huh? What is special dust? Phase Door, Conjuration, Creation. Level Sorcerer, Wizard 7, Travel 8. Components V. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range 0 feet. Effect ethereal, 5 foot by 8 foot opening, 10 foot deep plus 5 foot deep per 3 levels. Duration 1 usage per 2 levels. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. This spell creates an ethereal passage through wooden, plaster, or stone walls, but not other materials. So 5 foot by 8 foot and 10 foot deep. So like that other one. Pass wall. Where was it? Yeah, pass wall. Phase Door. There's level 5. There's level 7. And travel 8. There's effect. Ethereal 5 foot by 8 foot opening, 10 foot deep plus 5 foot deep per 3 levels. 1 usage per 2 levels. Saving throw none. This spell creates an ethereal passage through wooden, plaster, or stone walls, but not other materials. The phase door is invisible and inaccessible to all creatures except you, and only you can use the passage. You disappear when you enter the phase door and appear when you exit. If you desire, you can take 1 other creature, medium or smaller, through the door. This counts as 2 uses of the door. The door does not allow light, sound, or spell effects through it, nor can you see through it without using it. Thus, the spell can provide an escape route through certain creatures, such as phase spiders, though certain creatures, such as phase spiders, can follow with ease. A gem of true seeing or similar magic reveals the presence of a phase door, but does not allow its use. A phase door is subject to dispel magic. 1 usage per 2 levels, so 8. Do it at level 7 or 8. Use it 4 times. A phase door is subject to dispel magic. If anyone is within the passage when it is dispelled, he is harmlessly ejected just as if he were inside a pass wall effect. You can allow other creatures to use the phase door by setting some triggering condition for the door. Such conditions can be as simple or elaborate as you desire. They can be based on a creature's name, identity, or alignment, but otherwise must be based on observable actions or qualities. I guess a password. Intangibles such as level, class, hit dice, and hit points don't qualify. A phase door can be made permanent with the permanency spell. Planar ally, conjuration, calling, see text. What else are planar ally? Okay, so planar ally, lesser. Conjuration, calling, see text. Level, cleric, 4. 4, 6, 8. Month B, S, D, F, XP. Casting time, 10 minutes. Casting time, 10 minutes. Range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet. Plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect, one called elemental or outsider of 6 HD or less. Duration, instantaneous. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. By casting this spell, you request your deity to send you an elemental or outsider of 6 hit dice or less of the deity's choice. If you serve no particular deity, the spell is a general plea answered by a creature sharing your philosophical alignment. If you know an individual creature's name, you may request that individual by speaking the name during the spell. Well, you might get a different creature anyway. You may ask the creature to perform one task in exchange for payment from you. Tasks might range from simple to the complex. You must be able to communicate with the creature called in order to bargain for its services. Too much strength.